Yo.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hi, my name's Natasha. We do lots of cool streams here: co-working, book club, writing club, art, fashion design, all sorts of neat stuff. Today we're going to dive into book club. We have been reading the book Dopamine Nation by Anna Lemke, and I'm going to kind of give an overview of the book and kind of my thoughts from the notes that I took while I was reading it this month. And then we're going to do some co-working after that, because I have a marketing photography client. I've got to do some photo editing for them. And then I have some other stuff to do as well. I have some editing to do and things like that. So we're going to do quite a few hours of work, and we're going to start with book club though. So let's dive into that. I've got my notes ready for that one. Let me double check everything is working. I think we got the captions going and everything. Yeah, looks like we're all good. Okay, excellent. I hope everyone out there is having a wonderful day yourselves. Let's take a look. I did pull up my notes already. So, okay, so we have this book. Was not what I expected it to be, but it was good and it was worth reading. The first couple sections of the book, though, I almost thought about not finishing it because it was so much what I wasn't expecting. So the book's called Dopamine Nation, so it's about dopamine, obviously. And have spent a lot of time recently learning about dopamine because it's so crucial as an ADHD person to understand how it works. So I was kind of hoping that this book was going to be more about how to, more general kind of information about dopamine, and instead it was more about addiction, which is also very useful information. There's like a spot on my screen here, which is also very useful information, especially because I have a few people in my life right now in my family who are struggling with addiction. So it was very helpful and good information, but it wasn't what I was expecting at first, and especially the whole the beginning of the book was it was so kind of general that it was concerning for me, because I've also had the problem where sometimes you go into something that's about dopamine and the advice is so geared towards non-ADHD people that it's actually like bad advice for ADHD people. And so that's kind of the first couple sections of the book felt like that to me. So I was really happy that it led away from that and got into more useful information in general and some more useful information about, helping people who are dealing with addiction, that kind of stuff. Because for me, I think I struggled with kind of getting stuck on things when I was younger, and kind of like, not like ever been addicted to anything serious, but like things like the author talks about getting addicted to writing, like reading things. And I'm like, yeah, when I was younger, I would spend a lot of time when I should have been doing schoolwork, staying up way too late, just reading, right? And so that was something I struggled with when I was younger, but it never got to a point where I would call it like an addiction or a problem, because one of the things I'm really good at is stopping anything and picking something else up. And so she kind of talks about that too, how like you can trade one addiction for another. But for me, the addiction isn't any particular thing that I'm addicted to. The addiction is not doing the thing I don't want to do, right? It's literally anything. I can sit at a blank desk with nothing in front of me except the book I'm supposed to, like the textbook I'm supposed to read or whatever, and not do it, and just sit there and think in my head, right? The distraction is in my head. It's not what's in front of me. So no particular thing causes an addiction for me. So that's why I felt the book wasn't going to be helpful for me. But then it went into kind of a bunch of different things as well, but kind of all on that same theme of like dealing with addiction and how to avoid letting yourself fall into these bad habits or traps. So I'm going to go through kind of all my notes from the book now that I've kind of given the overview of what I thought it was, what it actually was, and why it was still useful to me. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say about it. No, I think that was the biggest thing. I wasn't sure what it was going to be, but then it still was very interesting and useful by the end. But the first half was a bit of a slog to get through. Not even the first half, like the first third maybe was a slog to get through. Okay, so what have we got? Okay, so right away, she talks about kind of how people living in rich nations are susceptible to the problem of compulsive overconsumption, with easy access to high reward, high potency, high novelty drugs and everything else, and lacking access to meaningful work, safe housing, quality education, affordable healthcare, and with race and class equality problems. So like there's this dangerous conflict of having a lot of high dopamine things available in a situation where there's not a lot of naturally high dopamine things or things that might be making people upset. She talks about how we kind of have this very society where we make everyone kind of we try to optimize everything for like happiness and pleasure and easiness, and maybe that's not the best way to go about it. Maybe kids especially need kind of some adversity in order to learn how to deal with problems and how to not just look for the easiest solution, i.e. a drug, when something goes wrong. So I think there's something to that. I think also, you know, it came across as that kind of like, oh, everyone gets a participation medal nowadays, that's why kids have problems. And it's like, actually, maybe there's a bit more to it, but like, okay, let's go from there. Okay, so what else have we got? Yeah, by taking away real world consequences for kids, is that a problem? And I agree with that one. I think taking away consequences for kids is a big issue, because that's just like teaching them something untrue about the world that's going to bite them once they get into the real world and become an adult, versus trying to protect them from things that are harmful is not the same as not letting them learn and teach them and show them that there are bad things in the world, right? You don't have to hurt your kids or let them fall into a situation you can prevent, but if they do something that there should be consequences for, they should have consequences for that. You shouldn't protect them from consequences when they did something bad. What else have we got? So she talks a lot about like prescription painkillers and psychiatric drugs, as well as things like kind of traditional addictions like alcohol and smoking and all the other drugs, street drugs and stuff. She also talks a lot about being addicted to technology or other weirder things. Like she talks about people who get addicted to very specific things, like very specific examples of some of her clients, because she's a psychiatrist. And so not just like the basics, but like how people can maybe end up in weird situations when they didn't expect that it could ever be an addiction, or that they didn't think it was. Yeah, like she talks about one person who was a young person who was constantly like doing weed and always, listening to something on her headphones, and just like was constantly distracted and never actually existing in her like real body or her real mind or her real life. And just being able to unplug from that and take a step back. She talks very specifically about how she's, her experience has shown that people need at least a month in order to take a break from something before they can see that the difference, because for the first 2 weeks, it's just going to be painful to get rid of that thing that was giving you joy and dopamine. But after those first 2 weeks, it starts to sink in what the normal should actually be, instead of the normal with the addiction or the drug or the habit or whatever it is. So I think that's good too. I think people should absolutely take, no matter what, and obviously don't stop taking something your doctor has prescribed to you without talking to your doctor. But I think for most people, if it's like, well, I just smoke weed a lot, or I drink a lot, or I spend all day doing like on social media or whatever it is, it's like, maybe just take a step back from that every once in a while. Like take at least a week off. See if you can. If you're struggling with it, take a month away from it and see what life is like without that thing. Right? Like I think people who do things like Sober January and stuff are like, that's a really good idea. If you think you have a problem, you should probably take a step back, right? If you think there's something that is going on that you need to take time away from something, you're abusing it, it's not helping you anymore, take the time away, because you're gonna see things clearer after that. So I think that was really smart. Some of the problems I had with some of the stuff she talked about is, especially when she's talking about people who were taking things like medication for ADHD, talking about how that can become an addiction. It wasn't that it was wrong, it's that it was completely irrelevant for me, because one of the things I realized is that I basically can't get addicted to ADHD medication because it doesn't feel good. Like I don't get a high, I don't get any sort of like pleasurable rush from ADHD medication. And I know a lot of people do, like especially if you're not ADHD and you take something like Dexedrine, it can like give you like a high, like a pleasurable feeling, a nice feeling. And it doesn't do that for me at all. The only feeling I get from ADHD medication is that I want to work, and then I get the side effect. So it's like a overall like negative experience, except for the fact that it helps me get stuff done. Like I would never be addicted to it because there's no benefit in it outside of me getting something done. So, like, for me, it would never be like, oh, I need to take this thing every morning. Like, no, I don't take it when I don't need it because I don't enjoy it when I don't need it. So that was just not applicable to me, which is kind of nice to, was kind of nice to read as well, to be like, oh, I guess this is something I don't need to worry about as much, because it's something you always do think about because doctors are always telling you to worry about it. But I'm like, no, I can't see getting addicted to this because there's no benefit in the drug aside from its functional effects. Like, because a lot of people with painkillers and stuff, and she talks about painkillers a lot, how you can get addicted to the positives of it, especially because they can make, when you tip that balance, and she goes over this a lot, when you tip the balance between pleasure and pain, if you take something that takes away pain and gives you pleasure, the next time it tips it even more, and you need more, and then etc. And then you can never actually, but then when it tips it too high, it also slams it down into the pain side more. So once you need more, you need even more because it feels worse. And if you can taper off, you can actually balance that out again, so the pain's not so bad and you don't need as much, right? Those kind of things. But again, for me, it wasn't applicable, and this is the part of the book where I'm still like, is this going to have anything useful for me in it? But it did. And she talked about people who do things like taking stimulants in the daytime and then taking drugs to sleep, and then taking drugs on the weekend to relax, and just like constantly drugging every part of their life. And I think that's really dangerous. I would never do that. I definitely don't take medication to go to sleep. And I am very careful to be careful about how much like caffeine I have if I'm on ADHD medication, because I know that can make it difficult to sleep, and like at what time I take stimulant medication, that kind of stuff. Because yeah, I think if you're the type of person who is going to overstimulate yourself and then need drugs in order to be able to sleep, that's a big problem. And you need to rebalance that out. But I've never fallen into that because naturally I'm so low dopamine that I could fall asleep at any time if I'm not on stimulant medication. So yeah, unless I really screw it up, it's not an issue for me to get to sleep usually. So I don't worry about that one. And I don't know if that's like lucky or unlucky, because yeah, it would certainly be nice to not be tired all the time without medication. But you know, also means I don't have trouble getting to sleep as soon as I'm off the medication. What else have we got here? Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, and like people who are like kind of hiding, if you're hiding something from your loved ones, from your doctors, from your friends and family, like that's a pretty obvious sign that there's a problem here. Like if you know this is not normal behavior, so much so that you're trying to pretend to everyone around you that you're not doing it, yeah, that's a pretty good sign that you should probably take a step back and reevaluate what you're doing and why. So studies have found that richer countries have higher rates of anxiety than poor countries. I think that's I want to say that's like a common sense thing at this point, but I feel like maybe it's not. But definitely, yeah, I've heard that before. And that things like anxiety, for instance, especially, and depression, the default way of looking at that logically would be like, oh, people who are in worse situations would have more anxiety and depression. And it's the opposite. People who are in technically better situations, like they are more financially well off, they have houses, they have food, they have family and friends, they're in a first world country, have way higher rates of anxiety and depression than people who are maybe in a country that's struggling. Maybe they're struggling to find work, maybe they're struggling to support their family, or, you know, live in a war zone or whatever. Those people actually generally have lower rates of depression and anxiety. And so it kind of starts to, you have to really look at it and be like, well, what is causing this and how do we prevent it when it shouldn't be happening in these situations? Why is it? So I think that's something we haven't really figured out yet research-wise, but it's definitely something that is being looked at. Yeah, she says, one of the things she says is that perhaps the reason we're so miserable may be because we're working so hard to avoid ever being miserable, and that perhaps kind of keeping that balance of having some things go wrong that you do have to feel, that you have to actually experience and deal with, can actually keep your balance in there so that you have the good times and the bad times, and that the bad times don't keep feeling worse even though they're not that bad. Yeah, it talks about how like taking opioids too much can kind of reset that pain point. And people start developing new pain the longer they take opioids. So whatever the original problem was is still there, it gets worse, and now they have new pains because the body just starts to be more sensitive. But tapering off of opioids can actually improve that pain and make it better. And then there's the whole thing where like people on painkillers can sometimes find that the drug doesn't even work for them anymore. But if they stop taking the drug, they feel even worse. So it just stops working at all positively. And that's kind of withdrawal as well, right? When you crave the drug just to feel normal, where your normal has reset to, and it's like, that's not a good normal. She talks about things like triggering kind of relapse can be not just exposure to the drug or the thing itself, but also to cues associated with the drug, which I think is definitely something that is talked about. Things like don't hang around with your friends who drink if you're trying not to drink. Don't, go to places where you usually do drugs if you're trying not to do drugs, all that kind of stuff, right? Like make your environment free of cues. If you don't want to go play video games, don't study in the room where your computer for video games is, that kind of stuff, right? What else have we got? Oh, she talked about, and I've talked about this before, how dopamine release as a result of gambling is linked to the unpredictability of the reward as much as to the actual reward itself. So basically, gambling catches us because it's unpredictable. It's not the financial gain that keeps people addicted to gambling. And I've talked about this in the context of algorithms and social media and stuff. One of the ways they get you is by showing you stuff that you will like and stuff that you will not like, so that every time you scroll, you don't know if you're going to get something really good or something not so good, and you have to keep scrolling, because when you get the good one, it's more positive. So that's something to keep in mind, and definitely to keep in mind for actual gambling at casinos or slot machines or anything like that, because yeah, it's the randomness and unpredictability that gets people hooked. This is also something that I've read about in terms of abusive relationships too, where especially like if you have a parent or a significant other who is sometimes really affectionate and then sometimes really awful, that unpredictability actually makes people who in those situations more likely to keep trying with the person, because sometimes when they're nice, when they're friendly, when they're enjoyable, when they're loving and kind, especially for children, it's like, how do I get back to that? I can get back to that. I can be better. I can be a better kid. I can be a better partner, a better spouse. Humans really want to find logical reasons and solutions for things, so they'll keep trying things to try to work it out how they can control the other person's mood and keep them happy, when it's completely random. It's not about them. It's stuff that they're dealing with themselves. But unfortunately, our brains are really tied in to try to solve those problems, and it gets people hooked. Okay, what else do we have here? Yeah, so how the system recalibrates. You feel less, you feel more pain and less pleasure. Okay, and she talks about kind of like, okay, well, how do we like actively try to survive and thrive in this new ecosystem that we do live in? How should we be raising our children? How should we be thinking and acting given that this is the situation we're in, surrounded by all this stuff? Okay, yeah, so she talks about how 2 weeks of abstinence is not enough to reset. You're usually still experiencing withdrawal, and that's usually the hardest part. So you have to make it through 4 weeks in order to actually recalibrate your system. And this varies between people. Some people might need more, some people might need less, but most people at 2 weeks, they think they just need to go back to whatever it was because this sucks and it's not working. When really you're still in withdrawal. Okay, what have we got? Okay, yeah, so a study on depressed men who were alcoholics revealed that a month after not drinking, 80% no longer met the criteria for clinical depression. So the drinking was heavily associated with the depression, and was able to help by removing the drinking. Okay. And this was impressive given that most treatments for depression have only a 50% response rate. So it was more effective than drugs to just get off alcohol. I think that kind of makes intuitive sense for most people, I would guess. And then she talks about how, like, yeah, if you do take 4 weeks and stop doing whatever your addiction is, your habit or whatever, and you still don't feel better, that's important information, because now you know going forward you can be like, well, after those 4 weeks it still didn't reset. I still, need something, whether it's that same thing or not, but something needs treatment. And then it may be time to look into things like maybe depression or anxiety or things like that, where it's like, okay, well, what is going on in your life that is not working for you? Because a lot of people, she was saying, a lot of her patients come to her who are already on all these drugs and habits and addictions and asking for more. They're asking for like maybe a psychiatric drug or something like this, because she's a psychiatrist, and she really tries to get them to step back from whatever it is they're currently doing in their life in order to baseline and see what the actual problems are, rather than just prescribing them more things. And so I think that's really good. I think that's smart. And she tells them, like, hey, you're going to feel worse for the first couple weeks, and then eventually it should get better. I'm like, you're going to feel more anxious when you stop doing weed. But then after that, after the withdrawal, you should feel less anxious. If you don't, then we need to deal with it. But let's find out if the weed makes a difference first, or whatever the addiction is. Okay. She talks about meditation, which I thought was good, kind of just being mindful, and especially for people who never exist in their own brains or without something stimulating them. It's like, just stop any mind-altering substances, stop the music, stop the talking, just sit by yourself for a bit and think and be still and let your brain, do its thing. And don't judge yourself. Just let your thoughts come up and realize that you can just think things and then let them go. Right? And so that's just mindfulness. That's just basically meditation. Right? And being able to have that skill is crucial for being able to balance between these kind of high dopamine temptations. She talks about, consciously avoiding things, consciously making decisions about what you are going to do and what you're not going to do, especially if you're trying to avoid a previous addiction. She talks about tangible barriers, like making decisions to remove something from your life, the exposure, that kind of thing. And this is all just kind of the stuff we've talked about before about habits and how to form habits or break habits. Go read Atomic Habits because it's great. Oh, she talked about how cigarette smokers are more likely to discount monetary rewards, which means they value them less if they have to wait for those rewards. The more they smoke, the more they value future rewards less. So if you're struggling to save for the future or plan for the future, but you find yourself spending too much money or impulse buying things, that kind of stuff, and you're a smoker, consider stopping smoking, because it might help you not only save money because you're not buying cigarettes, but also, or vapes or whatever, but also help your brain be able to value future money. And I'm sure that goes for other things too, right? Be able to plan for the future, be able to value future rewards, be able to value future things, benefits in general. She also found a study that said opioid addicted participants thought about the future on average 9 days in the future, whereas healthy control patients, when they thought about the future, they were thinking about 5 years in the future. So a huge difference in how our brains, when they're hopped up on a dopamine addiction, whatever that addiction is, perceive the future versus perceive the now. So I think that's super interesting information. She talked about the marshmallow experiment a couple times, which I will go over that briefly, is where it's a famous experiment where researchers put children in a room with a marshmallow and told them if they didn't eat the marshmallow by the time the researcher came back, they'd get 2 marshmallows. And so there's some problems with the study that she didn't really go over, but she did a little bit. One of the problems is that they didn't control for things like, the end result was that children who were able to resist eating the marshmallow for longer did better in the future on things like academic performance and overall success and achievement. But they weren't controlling originally for things like the socioeconomic background of these children. And so obviously kids who grew up in a resource-rich environment where they can get as many marshmallows that they want at home have an easier time not eating the marshmallow. And also those children are more likely to do better in school and work, etc. Whereas children who are maybe more resource deprived have a harder time at home. Maybe they're going to want to eat that marshmallow because they don't know when the next one's coming and they don't trust the researcher. And she talked about this, about how the children's trust in the researcher made a huge difference in their ability to wait. When the researchers this is a subsequent follow-up experiment, when the researchers primed kids to trust them or to not trust them based on another situation, the kids who'd been primed to trust the researchers were way more likely to wait longer, and the kids who'd been primed to not trust were way more likely to just eat the marshmallow. And so if you have children who just grew up in a situation where they don't trust the adults around them because they lie all the time and don't follow through with what they're supposed to do and what they say they're going to do, why would they trust a researcher to bring them 2 marshmallows? Like, their parents lie to them all the time about that. Just eat the marshmallow. Right, so things like that have now been, there's been subsequent studies that have looked at those kind of factors, which is really good. But yeah, the original study, the default takeaway was people who could wait longer for a reward had better overall kind of results in life. And then, yeah, she talks about kind of like very deliberately, like resource poor environments are more likely, people in resource poor environments are more likely to value immediate rewards because there's a very like logical reason for that. And then she leads into, is it any wonder that poverty is a risk factor for addiction? Like, of course not. Why would you work really hard and avoid this thing that's going to make you feel good when in a year you might be in the exact same position no matter what you do, versus might as well just have that drink, okay? Mm-hmm. She talks about how kind of having too much leisure time and free time can make people lead into compulsive overconsumption due to like things like boredom. She also talked about how like typically people used to work more, but she very specifically, and I disagree with this, she very specifically referenced statistics from the mid 1800s, which is absolutely, and I've talked about this before on the channel, which is absolutely a misleading time period to get statistics about average human work from, because the Industrial Revolution was one of the weirdest, most damaging outliers in human work conditions that humans have ever had. Humans in the Industrial Revolution worked some of the longest, hardest, most brutal working conditions that humans have ever put up with for the longest kind of period of time. And it's not representative of humans' natural state, natural working conditions, and historical general working conditions. So using data from the Industrial Revolution is a bit of a mess in order to prove any point, because they're not extrapolatable into general human situations. So I kind of, all of her points about that kind of didn't make sense to me, because I'm like, your baseline fact that you're working off of is wrong here. So she talked about how we have more leisure hours now, but we don't actually compared to most of human history. It's only compared to that one little weird outlier section of time that we think we have more leisure hours. We actually work a very high amount right now compared to the majority of human history. So, yeah. What else have we got here? Okay, marshmallow stuff. We already covered that. Oh, this was a really cute little anecdote. One of the things she talked about is how, if you look into kind of some of the details from what kids did when they were trying not to eat the marshmallow, you saw a bunch of interesting responses. So things like very deliberate, and the phrase she uses is self-binding, which she uses to mean like stopping yourself from doing something. And so she talks about how the things children did to self-bind themselves from eating the marshmallow were things like covering their eyes or turning away so they couldn't see the marshmallow. They'd start kicking the desk, like physical responses, or tugging on their hair. Or one of the children actually started stroking the marshmallow as if it was a pet, like as if it was cherished. And I thought that was so cute, to kind of take something that you're really desperate for and just channel that into appreciation for that thing. You're not going to eat it. You're not going to do what you want to do with it, but you can just appreciate it that it's there, and you can just respect it. And I thought that's something that would actually probably work pretty well for me when I'm trying to do something. It's like, no, just keep it there and appreciate it. And she talked about how one of her patients, and she doesn't recommend this because it's dangerous if it doesn't work for you, but she talked about how one of her patients was very successful with leaving exactly one beer in her fridge. That one was a symbol of her choice not to drink. She only had to focus on not drinking that one beer rather than the giant task of not drinking any of the alcohol in the world. And that worked really well for her. So if you think that's something that might work for you and you're struggling with something, it's something that I feel like it would work for me, where if I can put something in front of me and be like, that, I'm not doing that, but I like that, and I wish I could do that, and I'm going to look at it and appreciate it, and it's going to be there, and I'm going to, that kind of thing. I that was something I'd never thought about before consciously, and I think it's something I do sometimes. And yeah, I like that one. So I think that kind of comes down to, like, if you're like a hoarder type like me, where you can have like a really maybe delicious like chocolate bar or food or something like that, and you can like eat some of it and then put it away, and then just it sits there. And sometimes I have food that just sits in my cupboard for forever, like especially something like chocolate that doesn't go bad, and I'll just sit there and be like, oh, I could eat that, but I'm not going to do it today. Oh, I could eat that, but I'm not going to do it today, and that kind of stuff. So if you're that type of person, I think this might work well for you. And if you're not, then this probably wouldn't work well for you at all, and it would probably backfire and you'd drink the beer. But yeah, for me, I'm very good at being able to like just put something and look at it and be like, that would be nice, but not right now, not today. Okay, she talked about how high resource countries despite increases for psychiatric medications like antidepressants, hypnotics, and anxiolytics, the presence of mood and anxiety symptoms has not decreased. And these findings persist when controlling for increases in mental illness, factors like poverty and trauma, and even when studying severe mental illness, like schizophrenia. Patients with anxiety and insomnia who take drugs for these for more than a month may experience worsened anxiety and insomnia. And patients who take opioids daily for more than a month are at increased risk not only for opioid addiction, but also for worsened pain. So if you're taking opioids on a daily basis for longer than a month, you're actually potentially likely to make your pain worse. So it is very valuable to try to get off of that if you can. If you would want to be on it for more than a month, you should look into other alternatives. If you're just taking it for a very specific issue that is going to resolve itself, like after a surgery or whatever, that's fine because you will naturally be resolving that. Okay. So yeah, this was one of the things I didn't agree with. She talked about how medications prescribed for ADHD promote short-term memory and attention, but she said there's little or no evidence for enhanced long-term cognition, improved scholarship, or higher grades. And I just don't think that's true. I think there's absolutely research that shows that students taking ADHD medication do better in school. Like there's no way that's not true, because that's why they're prescribed and people do better. I think the only reason that could be showing up in research is if they're not properly controlling for things like untreated students, right? So if what you're saying is there's no benefit to these students who are taking this medication compared to the general population, is that because the general population is not properly being diagnosed? Do you know what I mean? Because only the ones who are already at the highest risk of problems are going to be diagnosed to take these medications, and it might be too late, kind of thing, right? So I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of problems with stats like that, because there's definitely studies that show it helps. So I don't know. That was a weird one for me to read. For me, it definitely helped. Like, I would not have gotten my university degree without medication. Oh, she talked about one patient who started on Prozac for anxiety and irritability, which was diagnosed as atypical depression. I think this might have been her, actually. I think this might have been her own story. And basically, when she stopped taking the Prozac, when she started taking the Prozac, she stopped asking all those kind of the type of questions that people associate with like depression and stuff, like what is our purpose? Why do we have free will? Why do we suffer? Is there a God? Like, what's the point of life? And that people like me can think about and never get depressed about, but some people can only think about them in a depressing way. And she was that type of person. And so she said when she was on Prozac, she just sort of forgot about those questions and just got on with life. And it wasn't an issue for her anymore. And so she said, I think she says later in the book that she decided to not stay on these Prozac drugs because she preferred being able to think about that kind of stuff, and she didn't mind. She found a way to balance like being irritable with other people by being conscious of it, and then being able to be like, no, I still want to be able to think like this. I like the way I think like that. So finding that balance can be tricky for people. And she talked a lot about how like she got along way better with her mom when she was medicated, because her mom and her had always been at odds, like always kind of been irritated by each other. And when she was on Prozac, they just got along and they were great friends. And then when she went off, they started irritating each other again. And so she had to like very consciously be like, okay, how do I balance this out now that I know I could be like that, but I don't want to force myself to be like that all the time. So I thought that was very interesting. Oh yeah, she talked about, someone had a quote, she wrote a quote from Alexandria Hatcher. Without attention to the basic needs of patients, without race and class privilege, medication alone, rather than being liberatory, can turn into a form of institutional neglect and even structural violence to the extent that it is considered adequate to their recovery. So basically, if psychiatrists are encouraged to just prescribe, doctors, psychiatrists, therapists are just encouraged to just prescribe drugs to patients without actually looking at the whole picture, this is not only not helpful, but it is dangerous and can be considered like neglectful and damaging to these patients rather than being a helpful doctor. And I think that's absolutely true. I think it's so important that doctors are able to really look at a patient and figure out what the problem is, rather than just prescribing whatever's easiest. And I think, especially in modern medicine, our system encourages and rewards doctors who can get through patients fast. And doctors know and hate this. Patients know and hate this. And it's just, our system really needs to be careful about that because it's a huge problem. Okay, what else have we got? They talked about the cold water thing for dopamine and how one of her patients actually got addicted to cold water baths because it can... Anything that releases dopamine can be pushed to release more dopamine, right? Like that's addiction, right? You just keep doing it more and more and more. And yeah, I thought that was really interesting that one of her patients, he wasn't really addicted to it. Like he'd considered, am I addicted to this? And then decided that it was still functional because he cut back and it was fine, right? But he'd started doing it every day and for stronger and colder and longer. And then he's like, I'm gonna slow down on that. So I thought that was funny. She talks about how like any sort of like physical activity, like exercise, can be used the same way. Things like, but overall, any exercise reduces the likelihood of using and getting addicted to drugs. So make sure your kids are in sports, whatever sport they like, because I didn't like a lot of team sports, but I liked certain sports. And make sure they're getting some exercise because that's going to help. And make sure yourself is getting some exercise because it's not that it's going to keep you off drugs. It's that it's going to keep people away from the mental experiences that make people want to do drugs because nothing else is, feels good. Yeah, high levels of physical activity in junior high, high school, and early adulthood predicted lower levels of drug use and abuse. Exercise has also been shown to help those who are already addicted stop and cut back. So if you're struggling with an addiction or you think you might be, try more exercise because, that has been proven to help cut addictions. So this is the part like where the book's like just giving like lots of tons of useful information I found. So, okay, yeah, exposure therapy, which people know about for like fears and stuff, but you can also do for things like general uncomfortable situations or pain, etc., like that. Becoming more tolerable to the activity or pain can help you balance out your experiences in general, especially for things like anxiety. If you're anxious about doing things, talking to people, having different situations, the more you exposure therapy yourself to like limited versions at first and then build up, like talking to people and going out and doing things that you don't want to do, that you're scared to do, the more you do it little by little by little, the better that will work for you. Because our brains are actually really good at putting positive track records together from little hints. So if you're like, well, if all I need to do is just wave at someone today, and then you do that for a week, and you're like, well, after a week of waving, nothing bad happened. Okay, maybe I could say hi to someone next week, right? And you just amp it up until you're making small talk with your barista and being able to converse with your coworkers and being able to ask about, whatever from people you meet. And just kind of, I think that's very helpful for people who have anxiety, is that you just need to do it little by little by little. Keep building up positive experiences. She talked about one person who'd been studied who was a rock climber who basically had no fear for things like heights and these death-defying feats. And he was in a study with an MRI picture of his brain because he had no fear for these things. But this guy who had no fear for all these death-defying feats that everyone else is terrified of and would hesitate at didn't like getting in the MRI machine. He almost had a panic attack to get in the MRI machine. So she talked about how, even if you feel like have no issues in one thing, it doesn't mean you might not still have issues on another thing. And it doesn't have to be logical, but you can still, he was able to use the tricks he knew from how he'd built up his courage in the face of death-defying heights and rock climbing to be able to be okay, well, I can deal with this MRI machine, right? So those skills can still transfer over. Talks about using anxiety to treat anxiety, using pain to treat pain, right? Kind of building up tolerance. This was cute, and I've actually seen this posted around on social media recently, which is that if you put a mouse running wheel in a forest, animals will just use it. Tons of animals will use the running wheel. And what I didn't know was that actually, especially rodents, will use a running wheel as an addiction, even when given other things. So running wheels for mice are actually one of those things that for some reason hits them in an addictive way. They will do it too much, far longer than they would do it normal exercise, and kind of wear themselves out on it, which is really interesting. So something about the researcher hypothesized that it might be because it, produces these interesting sensations, right? You can kind of go up and down and around and very fast that you couldn't do in natural real life, especially as a mouse. Whereas humans, for instance, we go on roller coasters and things like that, right? We drive really fast. And it's the same. They hypothesized that it was the same for the mice on this wheel. It was something that produced physical sensations outside of the ordinary, combined with the athletic exertion of running too. So I thought that was really weird that mice can get addicted to a running wheel. Because a lot of times researchers will use a running wheel versus drugs, right, to study drugs. And it's well, actually, we need to be careful because they can just get addicted to the running wheel too. Studies have shown that stress alone can increase the release of dopamine in the brain, which absolutely is true. I feel like I've read that before, but this was just so clear as a fact. And I'm yeah, no, absolutely. That's the whole way I got through school before I knew about medication for ADHD. Because I just stressed myself out constantly 24/7, and it wasn't healthy at all, but it worked because stress absolutely increases dopamine. Oh, this was interesting because I've been skydiving before, but skydivers actually are more likely, compared to a control group, and they used another sport, they used rowing, they're more likely to experience a lack of joy in the rest of their life if you're a regular skydiver. So be really careful with super high dopamine activities, because apparently it can kind of screw you up for everything else. That was interesting. And she talked about how people in these extreme sports can act like it's an addiction. They can feel like they're addicted to skydiving or whatever high-risk behavior it is, right? And then because nothing else produces that dopamine, you feel like you need to keep doing it. She talked about how our modern society kind of has this weird dichotomy where certain types of jobs are push to work as much as possible to get the bonuses and promotions, whereas other types of jobs have basically no benefit, like no additional benefits, because it's just sitting at like maybe piecemeal work with a machine or assembly line work where there's no internal motivation because you don't even see the finished product. And these kind of, how both of these things can lead into this, into weird motivational effects, and how you can get that kind of work hard, play hard mentality where overconsumption is the only response to a day of drudgery. Yeah, she said that low-paying jobs that don't require education are people working less than ever, whereas highly educated jobs are working more than ever. So kind of this weird, unbalanced trend. Okay, yeah, it talks about the guy who is addicted to the cold water. Yeah, it talks about like how for him it had been really helpful because it became a group family and friend activity, whereas like in college he'd used to do like drinking and drugs as a social activity, but now maybe friends come over and they have a cold water party, which is so random. Like he just has, a tub in his backyard and everyone can do the thing, and they have a timer and they cheer each other on, even the kids and stuff. So I thought that was kind of cute, like kind of a healthier thing to do than sit around and drink, right? She had a whole chapter about honesty. This is really interesting. So she talks about how she has a lot of stats from things like AA and stuff like that, Alcoholics Anonymous, how lying to ourselves and about our habits and just in general produces kind of this negative addictive behavior. Basically, being honest about our past and our experiences gives us more mastery over them. So what were some of the stats here? Okay, so researchers concluded that what is this? I'm trying to figure out what this means. Basically, it's that... Okay, so researchers found that lying went down by half when neural excitability in the prefrontal cortex went up. So honesty could be strengthened by stimulating the prefrontal cortex. And kind of the research now is like, does it work in both directions, right? Can being more honest stimulate the prefrontal cortex and self-reinforce itself? Might the practice of telling the truth strengthen activity and excitability in the parts of the brain we use for planning, emotional regulation, and delayed gratification? So she said this research is ongoing. She doesn't have a definitive answer, but it is definitely something people are looking into because it makes sense. Oh, my throat's getting dry. I always forget when I do book club streams that I'm just going to be talking for an hour, and I'm not used to talking for an hour on stream. I always think I talk so much until I have to talk on stream for an hour, and then I'm like, wow, my throat. Same thing with karaoke. I'm going to do the karaoke stream next week, I think, next weekend. I always forget how much that wears out my voice. Okay, so truth-telling may change the brain, allowing us to be more aware of the pleasure-pain balance and the processes driving overconsumption. Okay, so she talks about her. For her, it was kind of, she was helping train new therapists, new doctors, and she was doing a practice example where the new therapist asked her, as if she was a patient, kind of, what's a behavior you'd like to do less of? Or a habit, you'd like to not do anymore. And she started talking about, like, kind of lightheartedly, like, oh, well, I stay up too late reading, kind of thing. And then as soon as she said it out loud, was honest about it, she's realized it was actually a problem. Like, that was true. She does want to not do that. It is impacting her life, and being honest about it, even in this, like, fake situation where, she was just trying to help the other doctor practice, actually helped her realize that, oh yeah, these are true and I should be thinking about this. So being honest about things, right? Dun, dun, dun. She talked about like avoiding kind of that negative, radical honesty, disclosure porn, kind of, she called it, where any behavior that has an increase in dopamine, i.e. being honest, can increase your dopamine, like, because you feel good, can also be exploited, right? So you get people who start to just kind of reveal maybe things they shouldn't be revealing, like maybe intimate thoughts or things as a way to manipulate others or for selfish gratification rather than actually fostering intimacy. And she talked about how in AA, this is actually a well-known phenomenon where people will kind of show off or entertain rather than actually have an honest story to tell. Because they're telling a story and it might be true, but they're not telling it in a way that helps them connect with others. They're telling it in a way that makes them feel better and gives them that dopamine hit rather than actually taking any responsibility. She said patients who tell stories in which they are frequently the victim who seldom bear responsibility for the bad outcomes are often unwell and remain unwell. They're too busy blaming others to get on with the business of their own recovery. Whereas when patients start telling stories that accurately portray their own responsibility, she knows they're getting better. So being able to honestly see where you've gone wrong and not just where you've been treated unfairly or victimized. Yeah, even when people have been victimized, if that narrative never moves beyond victimhood, it's difficult for healing to occur. Yeah, and how healthcare practitioners can sometimes lose sight of the fact that empathy without accountability is only a short-sighted attempt to relieve suffering. If the therapist and patient recreate a story in which the patient is a perpetual victim of forces beyond their control, the chances are good that the patient will continue to be victimized. But if the therapist can help the patient take responsibility, if not for the event itself, but for how they react to it in the here and now, the patient can be empowered to move forward with their life. And I thought that was really important and really powerful. It's not about, if something happened to you that was absolutely not your fault and you were a victim, it's not about taking responsibility for that. It's about taking responsibility for right now, how you're going to think about it, how you're going to act, how you're going to move forward, and not let it continue to just be this terrible thing that was out of your control. And also, if maybe some of it, like, for instance, if you're an alcoholic and some of it was, hey, actually, these are the parts I did do wrong and that I do need to take responsibility for, right? Being able to move forward with that. She talked a lot about like how the things like the 12 steps for AA and addiction and kind of why those work and why they're so successful. Yeah, moving past being able to see yourself as only the helpless victim, especially for things that happened in childhood, where it's like, yeah, you weren't responsible for this, but you still need to be able to take control of the narrative and move forward. Yeah, she talked about how for her, coming to terms with the fact that like some of the problems she has is being anxious and fearful. So she maintains a very strict routine and schedule to manage her anxiety. But this is the type of thing that, created that problem with her mother where like they were not, they didn't get along easily because everyone had to follow her will and her goals and bend to that. And so kind of being able to consciously be like, oh, actually, I guess as an adult, I should be able to compromise with the other people in my life. Yeah, and letting go of resentment for people in your life who didn't live up to who you wanted them to be, right? And just accepting kind of that they're not this idealized version and they never will be. But instead of only seeing their flaws because they're not the ideal, being able to see also maybe the good things this person has also done, if that's true, and that kind of stuff as well, right? Whereas the whole person versus just them being a failure because they're not perfect. So I thought that was important. Okay, where are we at? We're almost finished here. Yeah, it talks about how, like, especially in today's society, people use social media to kind of create this false narrative of their life and this false vision of what their life is that maybe has nothing to do with reality, and that this can very clearly create the opposite effect. You feel worse because your life doesn't live up to this ideal you created or that you see other people creating. Hey, Smooth Operator, how's it going? Welcome in. We're talking about the book Dopamine Nation today. Okay, so yeah, she talked about how when our lived experience diverges from our projected image, we're prone to feel detached and unreal. Psychiatrists call this derealization and depersonalization, and it commonly contributes to thoughts of suicide. So don't let your life feel like you have to meet some imaginary ideal on the internet that maybe other people are creating, or maybe that you're creating for yourself. This is about the honesty thing again, like trying to be your authentic self. One thing she said, if we don't feel real, ending our lives feels inconsequential. So try to feel real in your life, even if it's not perfect and it's not what you would like it to be. Yeah, she said it also lessens the cognitive load to maintain all these lies to the world. And then you can free up your energy to live more spontaneously. You're not trying to maintain all these falsehoods about who you are and, what you do to the world. Okay, so she talked about kind of and this goes back to the marshmallow experiment again, things like truth-telling engenders a plenty mindset and lying engenders a scarcity mindset, even to yourself, but definitely with others as well. So like when a researcher lied to a child, they had a scarcity mindset, and so they would eat the marshmallow because they didn't believe the researcher. Whereas when the researcher had an example of being truthful to the child, they weren't in a scarcity mindset, and they, could wait because they were believing. So that truth-telling was positive for everyone. When people are reliable and tell the truth and they keep their promises, we feel more confident about the world and our future. We can rely on them and the world to be orderly and predictable and safe. Even in scarcity, we can feel confident that things will turn out okay. This is a plenty mindset. The opposite, when people lie, don't keep their promises, we feel less confident about the future. The world is a dangerous place that can't be relied on to be orderly, predictable, or safe. We go into competitive survival mode and favor short-term gains over long-term ones, independent of our actual material circumstances. This is a scarcity mindset. So I think this was a really good way of putting this, because people talk all the time about trying to move away from a scarcity mindset and encourage wealth and abundance and like a healthy life. And it's like, okay, so I can see how exactly being honest about things versus lying about things can make this big difference in your brain, and especially lying to yourself and lying to others and having people around you lie, how important it can be to try to encourage truthfulness when that's going to make you feel more open to the world turning out okay. Yeah, so participants in an experiment who read a scarcity narrative, like a kind of a priming paragraph about how like you just lost your job and you're going to have to move somewhere you don't like, and you're going to have to sell all your stuff, and it's going to be hard, and you're not going to get a new job, and all this kind of stuff, versus participants who read the opposite of that, like you just got a promotion and you're moving to a brand new house that you love and everything is going really well for you and your family's all happy. So equivalent to the marshmallow experiment, but with adults. Participants in the scarcity narrative were less willing to wait for a distant future payoff, and they wanted their reward now. Those who read the plenty narrative were more willing to wait. So same idea. When resources are scarce, people are invested in immediate gains. They're less confident that rewards will still be there in some distant future, which makes perfect sense. So try to teach yourself that things are honest and true and reliable, right? And then be honest and true and reliable for other people. And then she talked about, so why is it that so many of us living in rich nations with abundant resources nonetheless operate our daily lives with a scarcity mindset, right? Like, what is it we can do? And this was kind of an open question. What is it we can do to kind of fix this? And obviously one of her answers was try to be more honest and encourage people around you to be more honest as well. Okay, so this was the last chapter of the book, and this was super interesting. So it was about shame, the difference between pro-social shame and kind of negative shame. So she talks about shame versus guilt, how shame makes us feel bad about ourselves, whereas guilt makes us feel bad about our actions. She talked about how experientially they're often identical, and that you can have destructive shame, which is when others respond by rejective, condemning, or shunning us. It deepens the emotional experience of shame and sets us up to perpetuate the behavior, the cycle that led to feeling shame in the first place. Whereas if others respond by holding us closer and providing guidance for redemption and recovery, it can instead enter the cycle of pro-social shame, which help people break out of the cycle of the behavior that is the problem. Pro-social shame mitigates the emotional experience of shame and helps us stop or reduce the shameful behavior. Now, I thought this was the most useful part of the whole book because I hadn't really read much on this. I've read some stuff about shame in general, especially, and she talks about this at one point, kind of especially how we have this weird shaming culture right now where people get canceled and completely shut down for things with no way back, right? And that how this absolutely drives this divergence of opinion and this kind of, all these dichotomies of beliefs like left versus right and religions and all these things where people get pushed to one side because there is no way back to the middle when you've been kicked out currently in a lot of these cultures in our society. And it's like, here's some ways to actively fix that. She talks about, it's kind of an aside, she talks about how, again, psychiatrists should really make sure they're getting a full story of a person because people will come in asking for a drug to fix a problem, but until you get like what's actually been going on for their lives, what they've dealt with over their childhood and their lives, you don't really know what it is that might be the problem. And I think doctors need to be given that time. Okay, so studies show that people actively involved in religious organizations have lower rates of drug and alcohol misuse. However, when faith-based organizations or any organization ends up shunning transgressors and shaming people and encouraging a web of secrecy and lies, they actually contribute to the cycle of destructive shame. This is where people, she talks about one patient who had been big into the church but felt like she had to hide everything because she was struggling with an addiction. And when she went to the church for help, they basically told her to not talk about it because no one wants to hear that. And so she felt completely lost and unsupported. And obviously her addiction wasn't helped by that. But then she was helped by AA because this was a place where people actually encouraged her to be honest about her experiences and her problems rather than just keep it secret and shut it down. And still be accepted, not just shunned from the group. And that created the psychological space to forgive herself and actually make changes successfully to move forward. So pro-social shame is predicated on the idea that shame is useful and important for thriving communities. Without any shame, society would descend into chaos, right? But destructive shame has a cycle. Overconsumption of whatever the problem behavior is leads to shame about that problem. This leads to shunning by the group or lying to avoid the group knowing, both of which result in isolation, contributing to the behavior again as the cycle is perpetuated. Whereas pro-social shame is predicated on the idea that everyone is flawed and capable of making mistakes and in need of forgiveness. The key to encouraging adherence to the group norms, avoiding problem behavior, without casting out people who stray, is to have a post-shame to-do list that provides specific steps for making amends. This is what AA does with its 12 steps. And so she kind of goes into quite a bit of detail of like why this works and how this is helpful and how these steps are very beneficial for groups and communities that want to maintain a healthy standard of behavior. So the pro-social shame cycle, the good one, says that a problem behavior leads to shame, but then this demands radical honesty and leads not to shunning, but to acceptance and empathy, coupled with required actions to make amends. The result is increased belonging and decreased problem behavior. So the opposite of the bad cycle, the bad shame. So she actually talked about a phrase called club goods, which I had not read about before, but it's a psychological term from behavioral economists, I guess the behavioral economist term, about how, and it basically means kind of the benefits of being in the group. The more robust the club goods, the more likely the group can maintain its members and attract new members. So this was really interesting because she went into how churches use this kind of thing, like mostly subconsciously, but also consciously too. Basically, the reason churches have so many rules and keep people interested in them is because there are very specific rewards for belonging to the group and rules for staying in the group. Because she talks about how, okay, I'm trying to read the notes here because it's in a pretty good order actually. So it talks about how people derive benefits from church for things like how people attend, how they greet you, how they sing, how enthusiastically everyone gets along. And these are benefits to people to be in a group. Club goods are strengthened by active participation in activities and gatherings and by adherence to group rules and norms. So for AA, the honest disclosure of a relapse augments club goods by creating the opportunity for other group members to experience empathy, altruism, and even some degree of Schadenfreude. But, now this is where it gets really interesting, especially with churches. Club goods are threatened by free riders, anyone who attempts to benefit from the group without participation in the community. So this is similar to like a freeloader, right? Someone who wants to receive all the benefits but doesn't want to contribute. When it comes to group rules and norms, free riders threaten the club goods when they fail to adhere, they lie about it, or they make no effort to change their behavior. So this is a really interesting theory, and we're almost done here. But basically, Iana Kone's theory of sacrifice and stigma posits that one way to measure group participation is indirectly, by mandating stigmatizing behavior that reduce participation in other contexts. This demands the sacrifice of the individual's resources to the exclusion of other activities. Thus, free riders are ferreted out. So I'm going to explain. Basically, churches and other groups too, this goes for kind of, I think this is something that I feel like should have been in the book I read a month or two ago, which was about modern rituals. Because I think this is really important and it absolutely is relevant to that book. So I'm going to go into that more. Basically, behaviors that seem excessive, gratuitous, or even irrational in religious institutions, such as wearing certain hairstyles, certain clothing, abstaining from certain foods or certain technologies, refusing certain medical treatments. These are rational when understood as a cost to the individual to belong to the organization. This cost reduces free riding. So because there's a weird cost, something that actually is a detriment to this person's life outside of the group, it reduces people who would just show up and only take the benefits. Once you've paid this cost, you're going to contribute to the community. Stricter churches actually achieve a larger following and are generally more successful than looser freewheeling churches because they ferret out free riders. And thus, they can offer more robust club goods, more benefits, because they're not all being taken by free riders. So I just thought this was absolutely super interesting. So basically, you have this kind of situation where, the reason, and churches don't necessarily know this, especially long historical ones, but cults sometimes know exactly what they're doing. But a lot of times this stuff happens naturally, and then that's the reason it sticks. It's natural, it's evolution, right? It's natural selection. The churches that have these weird rules, for whatever reason, maybe one of the leaders or founders was quirky, it doesn't matter why that weird rule started to occur. The fact that they had that weird rule made that church or cult more likely to persist, more likely to last, because people who bought into that weird rule were more likely to stick around and be active participants. So I just thought that was such an interesting psychological idea. Like, how fascinating is that? The reason churches have all these weird little habits and quirks and rules that make no sense, especially in a modern context, is actually beneficial to their continued survival and participation of members. And I think this goes for other groups too. Like, one of the things that the ritual book was it ritual? I can't remember what it was. The book I read a couple months ago about modern kind of routines. One of the things it talked about was how groups can maintain members and how they need to have, like certain expectations and goals and, like things that bring people together. So things like maybe a uniform or clothing or items or objects or whatever it is that associated. So maybe they're like a sports group and they have a certain, activity they do every week and things they wear, right? Or maybe it's any sort of group, right? Like a book club, and maybe there's certain things they do and foods they eat, that kind of stuff, right? Like, but the more specific those things are, they talked about how that was beneficial. But this is saying that even things that are actively like detrimental and weird can actually be more helpful. And I think that goes too, because you get people in these weird culty kind of sports groups, right? Where it's not a problem. It's fun and they're enjoying it and it's good for them and healthy friendships and stuff. But like, there's weird things these people do and experience, and that seems bizarre to an outsider, but is not only a clear signal of their participation in the group, it's also a cost to them. And that helps the group, which I just think this is such an interesting theory, and I'm very fascinated by it because I love anything that explains why things like illogical group and behavior in things like religions, cults, other groups kind of persists. Like, and this explains that perfectly. Like, it actually creates a detriment to people coming in who want to screw things up by requiring this cost. And I think that's fascinating. Okay, I think we are almost finished with my notes here though, because my throat's dying too. Okay, so she talks about parenting, kind of how if you always try to pretend that you're perfect to your kids and you start lying about things, this can actually backfire because they get confused and think they always have to be perfect. Whereas if you're willing to admit when you're wrong with your children, everyone can learn to embrace that kind of pro-social shame and make amends, which is healthier. Yeah, like, so for instance, and this is absolutely relevant to the previous book I was talking about, she talks about how their kid's swim coach uses all of these factors. He leverages sacrifice and stigma on a regular basis to strengthen the club goods of the swimming club. So there's a huge time commitment. The kids have to, be in swim practice for hours a day. There's shaming that happens when the kids miss practice, but like in a healthy way, like in a where it's like, oh, the group noticed you were gone. What are you going to do about it? Not in a like you're a bad person because you missed thing, right? That difference between detrimental and positive shame. There's recognition and rewards for attendance, similar to AA, which has like a token for 30 meetings. There's also opportunities to participate in travel meets, so like rewards. There's strict guidelines on what to wear, including red shirts on Fridays and gray on Saturdays and different team logo caps and suits and goggles. So things that show very clearly their participation in this group, right? This distinguishes the kids from the appearance of other teams. And while some of these rules seem excessive and gratuitous, when they're viewed through the lens of utility maximizing principles to strengthen participation, reduce free riding, and augment club goods, they make perfect sense. Like, why are these kids love this club and get so, make great friendships and really want to go every day, every week, even though there's all these requirements for these kids? Well, actually, those requirements are one of the things that's making them more likely to want to go back. So she does talk a little bit about, she didn't actually talk about this. She had like one paragraph about like how shame can be thought of as negative at a time when we have fat shaming and slut shaming and body shaming, and it's associated with bullying. Social media shaming and its correlate to cancel culture have become a new form of shunning, one of the most destructive aspects of shame. But then she didn't really actually go into that at all. And I'm like, oh, I would have actually liked a whole section on how to combat that, because that's something that would be really interesting for me. Because I'm a huge proponent of not cancel culture. Like, I think when someone has an opinion or a thought that is problematic, we should be able to talk to them about it and be able to like discuss it and not just cancel them on the internet forever where they never learn anything and then they dig in their heels into the opposite camp and there's no discussion or communication. So, and of course, yeah, if someone's dealing with negative shame, why would they ever come back to you? Versus being able to promote pro-social shame, like, hey, this was hurtful, but and I think that's actually, I didn't thought about this before, but I think if the solution would be, hey, this is hurtful for these reasons, but if you could do X and Y to make amends, then, like, I was hurt and I would feel better and be able to forgive you, right? Instead of everyone just goes, that was a terrible, bad behavior, you should never have done that and you should feel bad. And it's like, okay, but how does that help the person move forward, right? Give them information on, hey, this is why this was hurtful, here's what you could do to make it better, right? Give them ability to make amends, to improve, to adjust to the new information they're getting, right? Assume that they didn't want to be hurtful, assume that they weren't trying to be hurtful, and that they would love to know how to not be hurtful if you just tell them. Because I think that is honestly true for the most part. Yes, are there some people in the world on the internet who just want to be mean? Of course. Are a lot of the people who end up canceled people who weren't actually trying to be mean? They just honestly didn't realize that what they said was going to be harmful to anyone? Absolutely. Could those people do better if they were given the right information? Yes, I think so. So I think that's very important. Okay, so that was all of it. I'll go through her. She actually did a point form summary of her whole book at the very end, so I'll just read that. So balance. Lessons for balance. The relentless pursuit of pleasure leads to pain, and the avoidance of pain leads to pain. Recovery begins with abstinence. So like I said, take a month to take a break from something so you can actually reset. Abstinence resets the brain's reward pathway, and with it, our capacity to take joy in simpler pleasures. So you don't have to keep taking more and more of whatever it is. Self-binding creates literal and metacognitive space between desire and consumption. Medications can restore homeostasis, but consider what you lose when you medicate away your pain. Don't avoid pain again. Pressing on the pain side resets our balance to the side of pleasure. So things like a cold water bath can help reset, as long as you don't take it too far. Beware of getting addicted to pain. Don't take it too far. Radical honesty promotes awareness, enhances intimacy, and fosters a plenty mindset. Pro-social shame affirms that we belong to a human tribe, the human tribe. And finally, instead of running away from the world, we can find escape by immersing ourselves in it. Be more in touch with the reality around you and yourself, and honest and experience what's happening. Be mindful. So that was the book. I thought it was really good. Like I said, the beginning of it felt very... If you're struggling with reading the first couple sections, just skim through them because it gets really good by the end. Like there's a ton of really useful information at the end of the book, and the beginning was kind of too generic, I think. But yeah, overall, it was a really good book, and I enjoyed reading it. All right, so I'm going to stop talking now because my voice is dead, and I'm going to do some work. I do have a bunch of work to do today, so where's my... Okay, let me move the camera just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we're going to do some co-working. Hey, Dennis, how's it going? Yeah, that was an interesting book because like I said, at the beginning I wasn't sure I wanted to keep reading it, but then by the end it was absolutely worth reading. Some very interesting information, studies, and stuff like that. So, yeah, it was an interesting one. How are you today? You mean freezing? It's freezing where you are, or the stream is freezing? Because I heard the island got some snow. Okay, I need to do photo editing today, so it's going to look like I'm not working and I'm on my phone, but actually I'm doing photo editing, so that is exactly what I need to be doing right now. Because I got a little social media marketing job to take some photos for a restaurant. So I'm very happy about that. And I took the photos, and now I need to edit them and then send them to the restaurant so they can put them on Instagram. And I'm really happy with some of the photos I got too. They turned out really nice. But I have to go through and like just delete a bunch of them because I have way too many. But I think they're actually pretty edited. So I just need to... Like that one I don't need. It's too dark. And then some of them are just like repeats. You know when you take the same photo 3 times and you're like, okay, I don't actually need most of these. That one's not good. Just need to go through some of the good ones. Okay. But making those decisions is always hard, right? Imagine we have 2 photos that are very similar. I need to stop talking. Oh my god. The stream is freezing. That's not good. It looks all right on my end. I'm not seeing a frame drop or anything. Oh, that's weird. The Dropbox is trying to upload a video though, and it normally only does that when the stream actually cuts out. So I'm not sure why it would do that, because that does mess with, it's like this double cyclical effect where if the stream drops enough that Dropbox thinks it's a new video file, Dropbox uploading the video file makes the stream more likely to drop again. So I'm not really sure what's happening there, but it doesn't say that the stream has stopped. It says it's at 1 hour and 25, so it shouldn't have split itself into two. Okay, I'll close some tabs on my other computer. Maybe that'll help. Okay, also, weird, you would lose me and then get a commercial and then I'd be back. Weird. I haven't been running any commercials yet this stream. I was actually just going to, but now I won't, because apparently it's being weird about it. But yeah, I haven't actually run any, but Twitch runs them itself when it's being weird, so that's interesting. Maybe refresh your page, your browser. Okay, maybe that'll be better now. Alright, this is the same photo twice. Nope, that one's better. Okay, that's better. Not quite as many repeats now. It's been good for most of the stream. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't know why Dropbox is being weird, so maybe that's what's been causing the issue, but hopefully it will eventually finish. Today's a holiday, family day. It feels like a Sunday. Oh, that's always nice when you get a long weekend. Okay, I think most of these are good. I've already actually spent a lot of time going through and editing these, so I'm pretty good about that. Okay, I think that's a good selection of photos now. Okay, yes, I should put them in a Dropbox folder, and then I could just send a link to the Dropbox folder. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, let's add photos. I'll have to add any random photos from my camera. Okay, that's going to take a while to upload. There's like 200 of those. You, a person who started to teach you English, speaking Hungarian, how to speak a few words in Hungarian. You have a person who's started to teach you Hungarian? I don't understand the sentence. Someone taught you how to speak a few words in Hungarian is what I got out of that. Upload, please. Thank you. Just sitting there waiting for me to click confirm. Okay, I'm gonna go fix my hair. It keeps driving me nuts. Yes, excellent. Okay, uploading, perfect. Okay, what else do I need to do today? I have a list. Ooh, I need to look up train tickets. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, Dropbox is just having a time and I don't really... Okay, now I know why Dropbox is having time because I uploaded a bunch of photographs, but like, why was it struggling before this? Okay, let's go through and make sure something that shouldn't be in here. about.
Per favore, appena puoi, mandami le foto sulla mail distruttigiudice@gmail.com. Grazie. Ciao Natasha, wanted to ask you, what about the photos? Did you have time to edit them? Because we will need them pretty soon for Just Eat and generally. Let me know. Thank you. Bye bye.
When he lived in Hungary, he taught Hungarians how to speak English. Ah, okay. I totally agreed to go to this restaurant without really knowing what it was. It's like out of town too. But I'm like, it sounds cool. Yeah, I'd like to go out of town to go to a nice restaurant. It's not like super expensive, it's just kind of, I don't know, famous or something or exciting. But I'm like, I should probably actually look at this restaurant and see what it's about. But it's a pizza restaurant, so that's perfect. That's kind of what I guessed it was. It was popular. So that should be excellent. I'm like, make sure it's not something that specializes in like seafood or something I can't eat. But I think it was on, it was featured on a TV show or something, so that's why it's fancy. Okay. No, I'm not walking for 48 hours. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's by Naples. That makes sense. It's a good pizza restaurant. All right, this all checks out now. I'm glad I decided to do this. I was trying to just say yes to things, you know what I mean? Like if an opportunity comes up, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll go to a cool little restaurant. Okay. Hopefully there's a goddamn train. Yeah, okay. Don't want to miss. feel like I'm forgetting something on my to-do list, but I think I'm actually doing everything. I'm in that weird state, and I don't know if it's like, oh, am I hungry or something? What am I? What is the problem here? Why do I feel anxious and weird? Like I'm forgetting something. Okay, let me go through my to-do list. I also spilled water on my stupid planner yesterday, and so it's dry now, but a bunch of my notes have gotten a little bit hard to read because they're all blurred. So that kind of sucks. But I think mostly from last week, and it's like, well, it's from last week, it's finished. I do usually like keeping my planner so that I have a record of what I've been up to, but, you know. Okay, so what did I do today? I did book club, I did the photos, and I'm doing the trains right now. Those are the 3 most important things on my list. I have other things on my list, but those are the important ones. So yeah, I actually am doing all the things I needed to do today. Everything else needs to be done, but not right now. Not immediately. So maybe I should have a snack or something. I guess I should have a break after doing all that book club. I think what I have for dessert. I had a burrito for dinner. I made this great chili. And then I had some fresh tomatoes and fresh mozzarella and salsa and sour cream to put in the burrito, and it was really delicious. I haven't made a burrito in a while. I've been craving sushi this week though, so I might go for sushi at some point this week or next week. I haven't had sushi in ages now. I also got a ton of writing done yesterday and today. Again, my brain doesn't want to do things, so instead it just does writing. It's like, this is productive. I'm like, not if I can't control it. Okay, I need to wait on a response for that. Yeah, I also think I'm getting tired, but again, I think I've done all the stuff I needed to do today. Just a little bit of editing to do. Okay. Not too shabby. My computer is running pretty slow, which is unfortunate. I really wish I could spell the word rhythm correctly. Every time I try to spell the word rhythm, I spell it wrong. Just like every time. Every time. It has way too many consonants in it. I always try to add more Y's, more or an I. Just always try to add things that shouldn't be there. Forget the H, the first one, not the second one.
Yo.
Alright, it is break time, so I'm gonna go find something to snack on, because I think I am a little bit hungry. I don't really want to like make food. I might just get a snack cake or something. Oops. This keyboard was not connected. Hey, Oscar. Cheers. Hydrate. Oh, I just realized, I was thinking earlier today, I have all these lemons that are going to need to be used at some point soon, and what I should do is make my own lemonade, because I have some nice violet liqueur, and I love violet liqueur and lemonade, and usually I just buy lemonade from the store, but I have way too many lemons that I'm not going to use, so I should make lemonade. That'd be a good idea. Not tonight, but in the future. That's what I should do with them. Alright, I'm going to go get a snack. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. What am I working on today? Today I was working on some photography. I had some photo editing to do for a marketing client, which I was very excited about. A small cafe wanted some photos for their Instagram. So I did that this week and then I edited them today. And now I'm just doing some editing. Regular editing. What are you up to today? We did book club earlier, so, but yeah. Fun. Yeah, the photos were fun. I'm really happy with the photos I got. I think they turned out really nice. No, I hope they'll be happy too because it's my friend's restaurant. And yeah, I wanted to like them. Also, I'm hoping I can use them to get more clients, right? Like if I can, once they're up on Instagram, share it and be like, hey, this is a thing I could do. Because I could do that for Italian restaurants, no problem, right? Like you don't need to speak Italian to take photographs of a cafe and food. You just need to be good at getting the right photographs. So I'm hoping I can actually use it as kind of a case study and maybe get some new clients.
Yo.
All right, let's reset the timer. What is it? It is 9:40, so it's almost 10. Okay, it's fine.
Yo.
Alright, it's break time. Good, I'm getting lots of stuff done, so this is excellent. How's everyone else doing out there? Keep just adding more things. There we go. Feel like I'm still kind of hungry or something, but I don't know what I want. So it really means I'm bored, but that's okay. I'm gonna find something to snack on. What though? I have some chips or something. I don't know if I feel like chips. Let's have a look. Okay, well, I ended up with chips anyway. Okay. I have one glass worth of wine left, so I should probably finish that off, so I'm not just leaving this in the bottle. The less wine you leave in there, the faster it goes bad. The more air, the more the wine goes off. It starts tasting vinegary. Oh, I should run a ad because we haven't done that yet. Do I have the capacity to do that? Is my computer running well enough to achieve that? Let's find out. Well, my stupid stream did do a weird thing. That's crazy. I wonder what happened. Sorry. Okay, I'll run an ad. Oh well. And my pen cup on my coaster, and no coaster for my wine glass. I have more up there. But... What am I doing tomorrow? I'll figure that out, hey? Tomorrow is Tuesday. I don't have anything written down tomorrow, but that's inaccurate. I have things I need to do this week. Wonder. My brain's definitely not thinking about any of them right now. Wow. Nope, nothing came up, and I'm not checking my to-do list yet. I have to do it tomorrow. I don't know word is the wrong word, and you can see why it got autocorrected, but it's absolutely the wrong word. In an ironic sense. All right, time for work. This will be the last work session. We're getting stuff done today. We know what it is you're working on if you're working away with me. I'm turning the mic off for this one. Okay, we got like 8 seconds left, so I'll turn the mic on. Ah, that sounds amazing. That sounds so much fun. I love that. Oh, all right, what are we at? We're at 3 out of 3 work periods here. That's not the right keyboard. There we go. Everyone's enjoying it. Ah, that's so excellent. It sounds like it's the perfect like crossover too, right? If it's about, you know, if it's like horror and kind of apocalypse and zombies and stuff, and then yeah, you have a radio host who's about horror and death. Like, yeah, no, you're right in there, hey. That's fantastic. The computer is so slow today. You took great inspiration from Welcome to Night Vale and the Kirlian frequency. Okay, so Welcome to Night Vale, I loved when that was, you know, really big. I haven't listened to it lately, but I think it's still going on. But I listened to a lot of it right away at the beginning. And I've never heard of the Kirlian frequency. What's that one about? Similar to Night Vale? It's more horror themed and even has animations. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna look it up. Cool, 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 cool. It's from Latin America, if you're not mistaken. Oh, very interesting. All right, we are going to go do a raid because I'm finished all my work period. I did book club earlier today. If you like books about science, check out the recap, the restream, I guess. I don't know what you call it. The clip, not the clip. I don't know. The highlight stream from this stream. Because book club was earlier tonight, and it was all about the book Dopamine Nation, which was a very interesting book about kind of addiction and dopamine and all that sort of stuff. So that was earlier today. We talked about that for an hour, and then we did work for a couple hours, and I hope everyone enjoyed. I hope you guys all had a great night and great day, morning, whatever it is where you are. We're going to be doing hopefully some more streams this week. I said this last week, and then last week got so crazy busy in real life that I could not stream like at all. I missed art club, and I missed a bunch of other streams that I wanted to do, so that sucked. But this week, I should be able to do art club on Wednesday. Then I'm definitely out of town on Thursday. And then I'm not sure what's going on the weekend, but hopefully karaoke this weekend. That's my plan. My plan is karaoke this weekend. So the VOD, yes, the video on demand. Anyways, that will be up, and it will be up on YouTube in a day or two as well. So I hope you guys had a great time. I hope you all enjoyed, and like, follow, subscribe. We will see you guys in the future. We actually rate this raid, I suppose, would be helpful, wouldn't it? Did I spell that correctly? I always have to check if I spell things correctly. Okay, I think I did. Raid off. You're very welcome, you guys. I hope you have a very productive day for yourselves, or a relaxing day, if that's what it is for you. We'll be back around, and yeah, it was awesome hanging out with you guys. Bye for now. Did that raid work? I don't see it on my screen. Did I do that wrong? What did I do? Raid? Maybe this channel doesn't accept raids? It's just not showing up when I type it, which sometimes means it just ends up happening eventually anyways. So, I don't know. That's weird. Meh. Well, I'll give it a minute and see if it goes. Yeah, maybe that channel doesn't accept raids because I don't see anything happening. I'll try another one. Okay, let's raid Oppo Art Study because she's a cool streamer. We're gonna make this happen. Ooh, she's been starting for 15 hours. She's been streaming. Let's go give her a raid. Bam. Is that one gonna work? Maybe something's just wrong with my thing. It's just not working. I don't know. Try on the other computer. Nope, that one doesn't allow raids. Okay, so let's try. I guess the other one didn't, but it's just not showing up here. Who does allow raids now, I guess, is the question. If anyone has a raid suggestion, let me know, because the last 2 people I've tried to raid have not allowed raids. Any study streamers or writing streamers or art streamers? Maybe we'll just raid Dork Tales. Dork Tales is a group of RPG streamers who I am friends with in real life, and they are awesome, awesome people, so go check them out. Can I just not raid on this computer? Do I have to do it on this computer? Oh my god. Why is this so difficult tonight? Dork Tales. Okay, it's working. Oh my god, you guys. All right, thanks everyone. Bye. We're gonna raid now.